All right. All of you have server access right now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So if you have the organizer access, I hope all of you know how to record your own sessions.
We got that, but we didn't.
Well, let me try. I think you're already recording it, right?
Yeah, in case you want to record it, so I'll tell you how to do it. On the GoToMeeting panel, you have File on top, right? So click on File.
Yes.
You would find Preferences there. Click on Preferences. And once you click on Preferences, there is the Recording tab onto the left.
We don't have in our file. We don't see that.
Just
prefer.
yeah.
Yes, the recording is there second.
Okay. Don't touch anything in audio. Go to Recordings. In that you have two options. Record in GoToMeeting format, convert to Windows Media Player file. Select the option which says convert to Windows Media Player file. And then there is Save In. So you can browse to the location where you want to save it. And click OK.
Emmanuel, we have a problem. We are using Apple.
Okay.
So in
You're using
Apple
a
we have
MacBook.
Save recordings. Choose.
directory, right?
Yeah.
This is the directory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Just do that.
You don't have those options in there?
Anyway.
Well, maybe you
Yes, open.
can open.
So did you get to the recordings tab?
So we choose the folder
And
and
then click OK.
and it record in GoToMeeting format.
No. Go to convert to Windows Media Player format.
Yeah.
This one?
Convert.
Done.
Yeah. Once you have done that, click OK.
No.
Emmanuel, we don't know how to use this Apple machine. So
Alright, so it's not letting you to select the convert to Windows Media Player file.
exactly, yeah.
Alright, so that's fine. I think anyways the session is being recorded. Just that it will take a little time to upload. So in case you wanted to, I was letting you know. Alright, we'll send the session anyways.
What we will do is from tomorrow we'll use a different machine. So then we can allow us. Oh no, even on that one we cannot.
No.
We can.
We don't have admin rights. I tried in the phone.
Okay, we'll try. We have
Okay.
We'll try a different machine also tomorrow.
Let's go. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Alright, I'm going to put all of you on mute for a bit. Before that, you have server access, and what we have looked at last session is basically trying to understand the extended star schema. So before we get into this session, do you have any questions on extended star schema?
No.
Alright, a straight no. Alright, so what is the maximum number of SID tables or master data tables that you can connect to a single dimension?
16.
Listen to my question. What is the maximum number of master data tables can I connect to one dimension?
13. No?
250.
248.
248. Yeah.
And how do you get to that number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
have a maximum of
SAP of
255.
255 columns. 6 of them are reserved for SAP.
Yeah.
One is the dimension key. The remaining ones are 248.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What is the maximum number of dimensions, customized dimensions that you could use to connect to the fact table?
It's a 16.
That's 16. Out of 16,
Maximum number of customizable dimensions.
13.
No, no.
13.
13.
13. Because 16 are what are available, 3 of them are reserved for SAP.
Oh,
So the remaining ones are 13.
But in extended, we can correct 3000.
No, the dimensions will be the same. You only have a maximum of 16
Oh, okay.
dimensions inside the info cube.
Okay, yeah, got it. We need to read it.
Alright, another twisted question here. What is the number of key figures that you can have in a fact table?
Did we talk about it? No.
Yeah, key figure, yes, key.
You
Numerical.
didn't ask.
Numerical, yes.
How many? How many?
So when we've seen the fact table now, that's also a table, right? So it has a maximum of 255 columns.
Mm-hmm.
So out of these 255 columns, okay, so 16 dimensions will connect to the fact table, right? So you have 16 keys, dimension keys. So 255 minus 16. 6 of them are reserved for SAP. Alright, so you have 255 minus 22 is 233. Alright, so this is the number of key figures that can be on one fact table, maximum number. Alright, now these are fundamental stuff, alright, and most of BW people do not know why you come to that number. I don't want you to be ignorant about that. You have to understand why those numbers are there, okay? That will allow you to understand the stuff a little more clearly. So make sure you ask yourself questions, why did these numbers have to come, alright? Alright. So in last session, what we have covered is we tried to understand we have created info objects of type characteristics and key figures. We have created, or we have tried to understand the theoretical part about how to go ahead and use the extended star schema, or what exactly is extended star schema, what is its advantage over normal star schema. So before we go in and look at how to use the info cube on extended star schema, we will have to first understand how do we load data into the smallest objects, which we call them as info objects. Okay, so here we have info objects for BW on HANA Training. We have created two objects. One is customer number and product number, and the key figures we have created here: price, quantity, and amount. Now, if I have to load data into my customer number, how to go about it? I have talked to you that every info object has two major divisions. One is the value part, the second one is the description part. So you can call this as the text part. Okay, so we will see how we can go ahead and use that. So I'm going to put it on mute. Alright, so guys, in case you have any questions, please unmute me. Unmute yourself, sorry. Okay. So customer number, the technical name of the customer number is CUST_NM. So I'm going to copy this technical name. If I need to load data into BW, I need to bring that object to the info provider menu. I cannot smuggle through data in any other of these submenus. Okay? The only way that I can bring data into BW is if I can take this object into the info provider menu. So I'm copying this technical name of customer number, going into the info provider menu, and here we have info area for BW on HANA training. I right click on it and say insert characteristic as info provider. So I click on that. So I'm going to add my object in here and say continue. So you can see this here, the object is added in here, customer number. The only thing is it will have two, one is attribute and one is text. In the attribute you will have to load the value of the customer number. In the text you will have to load the description. Okay, so what I want us to follow in this session is how is the basic path of how to load data into the BW environment. Okay, we're going to use a CSV file, for example, to load data into the BW environment. The same thing will apply when you're fetching data from the transaction ECC system as well. So first, if we understand the path, then we'll understand it with the main transaction system too. So you have the attribute value or the actual value part of customer number that we need to load. All right. So there are two. One is the attribute and the other one is the text. So how do I go ahead and load this? So I go into the start menu, go into the run, open an Excel sheet, and I'm going to give Z customer number. Okay, and I'm going to give in my customer number 001 through, let's say, through 20. I'm going to file and save as on my desktop, customer underscore ATTR I'm saving this as a CSV file, comma, delimited file, comma, separated value. I'm going to click on save. Okay. Once I do that, I can close the file. Don't keep the file open when you're trying to load the data. All that I have is customer number. Now, the system should be aware of the data that is going to come through into my BW system. All right. And so I need to enable the system, let the system know that, okay, this kind of data is coming through. And how will I let the system know about it? By creating a structure in there. And how do I create a structure? On the PSA, if I enable the system to let the system know that, okay, there is this structure data that is going to come through, I can go ahead and give that structure in there. So what I will do is I go to the source system here, and my source system, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a file source system. So let me choose one source system here. So I'll call this as flat file. Okay. So I go to the data sources here. In the data sources, on the top here, choose a source system. I can select which source system that I want. Within file, I can go ahead and select the flat file source systems. Okay. And here, because we will be creating multiple data sources, meaning structures for data that are going to come through, we want to arrange the data in a very organized fashion. And for that, we have something called as application components. The application component is a way of creating a folder so that you can restrict it to have only the data sources from your end. So I can right click on data sources and say create application component. Here I'm going to put in the name Z application component underscore BW HANA. I'm going to type in application I'm going to click on continue. So you can see this here at the bottom. You have application component for BW on HANA, and you have a technical name that is created here. If I right click on this application component, it will ask me to create a data source. Okay. To move data from the Excel sheet or even from an SAP system, I need to create a data source. The data source enables me to create a structure on my persistent staging area. It enables me to create and get the system ready to accept the data that is coming from my source system. So I'm going to click on create data source. I'm going to give a name Z, let's say ZDS underscore customer underscore attribute. So ZDS underscore customer attribute. The data that I'm going to bring is attribute data, the value data. So let me copy this. Say continue. I need to give the short description, medium and long description. In the second tab is my extraction tab. I need to click on extraction and I need to tell the system I'm going to bring the data from my desktop. Here I have customer attribute HANA. I'm going to ignore my first row, which is my column name. The data format that we're going to bring in is not fixed length, it is actually CSV file. So I need to tell that the delimiter is a comma delimiter and my escape sign is semicolon. There is a proposal tab in here, you don't need to click on it. Go into the fields tab, and in the fields tab you need to mention the name of the customer number. Alright, and here the name of the customer number that we're going to use is Z customer underscore name. So this is the technical name of the info object. So it is asking me the info object name if it is actually there. So when I give that, the structure of the customer will be defined so that I can use that as a structure. So when I go ahead, if I want to use any object, I've told you that you need to click on the activate button. So I'm going to click on the activate button in here. When I click on the activate button, it's going to create a table on the persistent staging area, and that will be my structure. Okay, so you can go in here and you can see ZDS underscore customer attribute. This is the one that I'm going to create. This is my data source. I need to link my data source to the actual object that I have created, which is customer number attribute. I right click on it and say the way how you create a link between my data source and my actual object is to create a tunnel through it, and that is transformation is the path to connecting my actual value. So right click on it and say create transformation. My target is to load data into Z customer number. My source is data source. The name of the data source is ZDS underscore customer attribute. The source system name is called as flat file. And so I'm going to click on continue. So you can see here from the data source, customer number data is going to go into the info object, and that too into the value part of the info object called customer number. So here if you want to alter data or if you want to write any rule, you can click on the is equal to here and you will have the option to modify the data. Direct assignment or formula or initial, or you want to write a routine, you can do all of that. So once you have the transformation ready, you can go and activate the transformations. Active. So now if you see here, from the value to the data source, you have transformation in between. But how do you pick data from that file? Alright. So for that you have a program called as info package. It has an interface. So right click on it. So you always right click on the data source. So that in the data source we have defined where the file is and all that, right? So when I create my info package, the data source will send this data into my info package. So right click on the data source and say create info package. So when you create an info package, always remember the info package allows you to move data from your source system to the persistent staging area. So you can go ahead, and this is the name of the info package that I'm going to give. It is IP underscore. And so I say save. So here if you look at the extraction tab, all this information I have given in the data source, it automatically brings this in here. Okay. Processing data only till the PSA. We are sending full load, so you can see full update, and I have the option to schedule. So I can let the system know when I want to run it. Right now I want to run it immediately, so I'm going to click on the start menu. So remember my decision, allow. At the bottom you have another information, data was requested. So if I go into, there's this monitor kind of tab in here. So click on that. What you will find is that there are 20 records that have been uploaded to the persistent staging area. I hope you remember the architecture. We have the persistent staging area as the gateway for BW. So if I want to see what is there in the persistent staging area, I can click on these three cylinders, and here I can click continue. This is my customer number 001 through customer number 20. Okay. This data is still at the persistent staging area only. Now to move this data from the persistent staging area to the actual data target, you need to send the data through the transformation. Always remember, once data enters the BW system, any movement of data inside the BW system will only happen using DTP, data transfer process. It will never happen through info package. In 3.5 version and below, the info package had the option to move data to the object also, but now you don't have that. And so we will use the data transfer process. If you right click on this folder DTP, you can say create data transfer process, and this will automatically create it. So it's saying from the flat file to the customer number object, the source and target can be defined here. So you can click on continue. Do you want to do a delta load or do you want to do a full load? You can define it here and say execute. For executing, this tab is not available, which means you have to first activate the object and then you will have the execute button available. So click on execute. Alright, data is loaded. If you go into the data target, you will find 20 records transferred, 20 records added. Okay. So this is how you would pick the data from a flat file and send the data to the data target. What you have loaded so far is just the value part of it. So if I say CN001, what would you understand? Customer number 001. So you need to give a description so that a common man can understand your data. And for that, what you will have to do is, you will also want to load the textual data. The text data, always, how does the system know how I should link my text data? So that is done using the main customer number, which is CN001. And when I talk about text, here I am typing it in English. Let's say somebody is in China, they will type it in Chinese. Somebody is in Japan, they will. So based on that, you will also have to mention what is the language that you're using. So there is a default structure, which is one is you have to define the main object, which is customer number, so that you link to that object. Then you have to define the language and then the text that you want to define. Alright, so I'm going to define that. I go into my data source again, customer number texts. So I go into my data source, I right click on my application component, say create data source. I'm calling this as ZDS underscore cust underscore text underscore h. This is of type text, so I'm selecting master data text. I'm going to click on continue. So do we have a file created for it? We haven't created, so let's go and create the file first. I'm giving the description though. So I need to define where the file is. So let's open Excel. Z customer number for language 0 LANGU, since it's an SAP defined object, and then 0 TXT SH short text. Customer number we have given from CN001 through CN20. Language is E. And short texts, let's say I give it something like customer 1. Let's say this is my description. I can give anything. I'm going to save this also as a CSV file. I'm going to click on save. So here I come back to my data source, and in my data source I'm going to give the name of the data source. and the file name is customer text underscore h. First row I'm going to ignore. This is going to be a CSV file, a comma separated value, and the escape sign is semicolon. In the fields section, the structure of data that is going to come is Z, customer number. You will have two extra columns, right? So you need to add those extra columns. One is 0 language, so that is an SAP defined info object, so it's starting with 0. Then you have 0 txt sh short text. So this is the structure. I'm going to activate this. So for all text fields you will have this structure, 0 language and short text. I'm going to take this technical name, go to the info provider, right click on this and say create transformation. I'm going to link this with the data source. So if you can see here, the subtype also is one way of how you link the object. Text or attribute or hierarchy, you can mention there. Text and say continue. So here is how the structure is. So when we are trying to load data using CSV files, we are defining the structure there. When we are trying to bring data from SAP, you will have to make sure that each field maps to a particular info object. That is why gap analysis is a mandatory step within the when you're trying to bring data from SAP into BW. So because the field names in ECC system would be in German, would be stuff that sometimes will not make any sense. For example, I'm trying to send vendor data here. So it says LIFNR, listener, which means vendor number. So if I create my info object as vendor number, my source data should be mapped from listener to vendor number. So I need to create a table that will tell my mapping. So here is it. And once I have a straight mapping done, I can activate this object. Okay, so let's pick the file using the info package. I right click on the data source. Right click on the data source and say create info package, IP underscore, continue, go to schedule and say start immediately. Data was requested, you have 20 rows of data. The next step is to move data into the actual BW object. For that you need the DTP, data transfer process. Right click on it and say create data transfer process and say continue. Activate the object. Say execute. Alright, so now you will find that 20 rows in the text also. If you go into contents, Now that I have loaded data here, the master data information, so if I go into my customer number now, info object, so this is the SID table relating to customer number. How many have I loaded? 20, right? So if I double click on my SID table and go in here, want you to look at the contents of it. So what did I tell you when I said SID table? The SID table is created the moment I create the info object. And when I load data into the info object, the system automatically creates numerics associated with the alphanumeric values. So here I didn't do anything. So if I click on execute, for CN001 the system has created a value 2. For 2, 3, 3, 4 and so it is created it for the entire set. Alright. Wherever it is doing calculation, it will use these numbers instead of these values. Okay. So the SID table is created automatically in the background. Similarly, you can go into the text tab or text table. You will see all the data in here, the language and the short text. All right.
Emmanuel,
Yeah.
I think we saw the customer number for the SID customer number SID. We saw the numerics, but in this case we didn't see. This is this SID table for the text?
This is text table.
Oh, this is a text table. So
yeah, so you can see this here, naming here, starting with the T.
oh, okay, starting. Yeah, you told us. Okay. And one more question, it's basic question, but okay, when we are using the actual SAP object data, like a one order data, for the one order also, do you need to create all of these, like, characteristics and all, like, physically, or we can download those into here?
You will have to create them.
Everything, each characteristic.
Or if you're using a business content setup, then you can check if it is already available in SAP.
Yeah, but one order will have a many fields, right? So if you want to report
When
on,
you say one order, what exactly do you mean?
like, all the sales order and opportunity CRM level.
Okay, so if you're using any of the SAP's predefined objects, like ECC is already there, right? So let's say I'm trying to bring in some material information or customer information. That can be directly be available here. So let's say I'm using, I'm trying to bring in customer number, which is KUNNR and ECC.
Mm-hmm.
You can go into info objects and you can search for 0 customer. This is an SAP object, so it is not available here. But you can actually go into the business content and search, or you can even search in the modeling section under RSD1. You have a transaction code. So here you can give a technical name, 0. So the system will tell whether it is there or not.
Mm-hmm.
So you can say display. So this is the 0 customer. So if you look at it, master data texts are there. The attributes are also defined for it. See the number of attributes it has.
We can just copy this into that info area or what?
You can directly copy it into your object.
Okay, okay.
But how you know it is Kunar?
How do I know what?
Is it Kunar customer number?
So based on the technical information here, in the general tab, so there is this table called as, so you can go to the ABAP dictionary SE11. There is a table called as RSTR field SH.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go and click on display, contents, so info object name and field name. So here let's say I give the field name as KUNNR. Okay.
Right.
I want to know what is my info object name. I say execute.
Mm-hmm.
Kunar, you can give 0 customer or 0 competitor or 0 customer and 0 data. All of these will match with Kunar.
Wherever this field is exists, all the info objects will be matches.
So these are basically based on the technical features. It is a characteristic of type with length 10. Okay. So it could be used anywhere.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is
But
like
at this point, in this context, we're using it as 0 customer, so you could map it between KUNNR and 0 customer. This table basically is a relationship table between SAP fields and info objects based on the data sources that are available. So here if you see, transfer structure is the first name. Transfer structure means when you're transferring data from ECC here, the structure defined has all of this information. And where do you get all of this? Based on business content.
Do we need to activate these? Because sometime as I'm hearing
You
it.
don't need to activate this. You basically have an understanding that, okay, customer has KUNNR is the one which has a character and is a length of 10. What is my object that I can use in BW which has the same technical features? So 0 customer is one option. So when you have customer number as KUNNR, it is always better to use 0 customer. The context might be something relating to competitors. So you want to use competitor instead of customer. So you could use it. Or 0 data or sold to. Based on how you want to use the KUNNR value in your model. Okay. Now here I want it as customer number. So I'm going to use 0 customer number.
Yeah,
If I want to
SAP CRM side, they are also providing so many info objects. They are saying that those are not activated, but if you want to use BW report, you can activate those business info objects.
Absolutely. So here, if
that?
you go into the normal BI content,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and I would say
We used to do that.
info area for validation sheet, CRM specific, okay, or I could just say search for CRM, okay. So if I see here,
Yeah, this is the one.
I have a whole bunch of CRM objects, okay, CRM analytics,
Yeah.
and these are all CRM objects, okay. So these have been previously used, and so you can just activate these objects. Based on what you want to bring from there, you can activate this and you can use them as models in here. But you need to understand where you're going to use all of them. The technical names are there, but each of them is used for a specific purpose.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any place where we can check which object is for what? Is there any
It actually has a value which is basically F1 that you press here, but sometimes it might bring in content, sometimes it might not. Okay.
Okay,
The
from there
best
we
place
can.
to search for that object is in the SAP help.sap.com.
Okay.
So if you
Yeah,
take this,
in the help.sap.com, we see like data sources, standard data sources when we search for
yeah,
any.
so if you go in help.sap.com,
Technical name by search by technical name.
yeah, so you go and put this object in there in the search menu.
Yeah, we get CRM, ACTV activity.
And you can search for that object.
Mhm.
So which exactly is the sub-object, you can go ahead and add that in here.
You can see the analytics. You can
Analytics.
Yeah.
So usually you should be able to find this here only.
I'm searching here.
no, main page is.
This is the main search of everything.
So what happens is, if you go into the SAP, you have the support portal. Just give me.
Yeah, I think when you search by like transaction names, like an activity opportunities, normally we get the
Yeah, numbers also zero, Opti, yeah.
zero CRM under
Exactly.
PT or something. Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
I think Google can also give us
yeah,
nowadays.
I think we got that.
Yeah.
Even a couple of basic questions on those things. We did like a lot of things like info sets, info provider, and then data source and all those things we did since last week. We did not create any transport, right?
No, we haven't.
So like we do it like in a sandbox or a development box. Do we need to do all those things like in every system?
Yeah. So let's say here I've created zero customer number. I mean, I've created my own object. The name of the object is Z customer underscore NM, right?
Finish this, I think, next.
The object that I've created is, where is that?
Oh, looks like there is different.
Yes.
Z customer underscore NM, right?
Yep.
So if I go into, usually whenever my system, because we have only one system in this landscape, so if you have created an object, if it's an actual system, the system will immediately prompt you for a transport number. Do you want to save this in a particular, so here if I go in and go into the transport connection, there's a transport connection here. There's this info area that we have created. Let's say here is BW on top of HANA. So this is for HANA. Okay. And I want to look at my info objects by info area.
CIA.
Okay, so if I open this, I have my object, customer number. I can select this and I can say transport, or I will have to first make sure I can insert this, and then grouping is I can choose if I want to bring everything together or if there's a particular hierarchy. Collection mode, and then if I select this I can do transport.
Okay.
Okay, so I can just drag this in here. So which is my system that I want to send the data to? I have to choose that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So now I have the option to transport. So I can never transport an object if it is in the temporary package.
Yeah.
$TMP is what it is in. So I need to create a package and I need to transport it in that package. So when I go ahead and transport it in the, so specify a transportable package, not possible. Okay, $TMP is a temporary package, so you can do it. So if you save it in a transport, like select this, let's say there is I have to give in something like ZBW or something, so I'll have to create that. A package needs to be created from SE80 or SE89, and then I'll have to go ahead and apply on transport.
Got it. Yep.
Yeah. So if you go into transaction code /OSC9 or SE10 or even SE01, you would find all your transports in here created by name, display. If I have anything in here on my name, nothing. So if I put an asterisk and say display, you'd find transports in here. Okay, I can open this and you'd find, let's say a function module needs to be transferred. I need to release that. I right click on it and say release, F9. Okay. So once you release the object, you will have a tick mark in there. So I right click on this and say release. So version is different. So here, so see here you have a check mark that has come. This transport has been released. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you can go into transaction code STMS, and there you can mention which system you want to go ahead and import. So you can click on transport. So whichever is the system where you want. So I just release that. I can import that object here again.
Okay.
Okay. So this is for importing requests.
Okay.
Alright. So what I want you guys to do basically is I've taken the info object here, which is my customer number, and I have created and loaded data for that info object in my info area.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to go ahead and do the same thing. Okay, I want you to go ahead and load data. I want you to go ahead and create your info area. I want you to create info objects and load data based on how we have seen.
Okay.
That's all.
attribute data and text data.
Okay. One more thing, Emmanuel. So we did it from like data source was Excel, right? Is it possible like to do other way around?
Meaning?
Like we have already data in BW and now we need to download back into Excel?
You could. There's an option called as Open Hub Destination. I will show that. So it'll come out like a file. I've downloaded it. I think it's there on this desktop. Just a moment.
Another transparent table, huh? Constant data content, export to Excel.
So here if you see, it will come up as two files. One is a content file, which basically has the structure of what is coming through. And on the other file, what it will send out is a data file. So all the data will be here. That will be sending out that data. So we'll see that. That is called as Open Hub Destination. We'll work on how to use that.
Okay.
So our homework is to create customer and text file.
So what I want you to do is create 5 info objects in your own, whichever is your topic of or which interests you. It could be something relating to manufacturing, it could be relating to cinema, it could be relating to real estate, whichever is the one that interests you. Create 5 info objects, okay, and load data into them.
Okay.
Alright, so here I have loaded customer number and product number. You could go ahead and load something like, if you're dealing with cinema, movies and actors and actresses, depends on how you want to load the data. If you are trying to load data for real estate, you want to load region data, state data, location data, so price data you want to load. Alright, so depending on whichever interests you, because at the beginning you need to have that interest. You want to see a report based on this at the end of your course. You want to go and see how you want to analyze data. So the one that interests you is the best way to go ahead.
Okay.
Alright?
One more thing, Emmanuel. So do you have like so many icons we have? Do you have like a list what those icons means? Like this triangle is info set, right?
This triangular one is catalog. It also is the same symbol for characteristics.
Okay.
The reason why they have a triangle is because when you do analysis, you are going to split data into manager level, mid-manager, decision maker. So it is based on the triangle, whether you're on the top of the list or on the bottom level. That will be available based on the pyramid or triangle. Alright?
Okay.
Whereas when you talk about key figures, it's always numbers. It is more in a grid. Alright? That is why you have this square with a grid in there.
Okay.
Okay. So is that doable for tomorrow's session?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nageswara? Okay. Alright guys, then we will be meeting at the same time tomorrow. Okay. And we're going to look at how to load data into info objects when we have attributes. Okay. Not just single, but if you have multiple objects, how to load data, and how do we use this data to load data into the info queue.
Okay.
So you need to finish off whatever we talk in every session so that you will be ready for the next session. It is all interdependent. Okay, so the first foundation is this: understand the path of how you're creating the objects, so that will give you a stepwise as to how you should proceed. Alright?
Emmanuel, if it's possible, like send us the video tonight so we can do it tomorrow morning.
The video will be sent. I will talk to them immediately. The moment, see, because it converts the video from GoToMeeting to Windows format. That's why I asked you if you want to record your own stuff.
Okay.
Okay. So once it converts, then he has to upload that.
Okay.
Okay. All right, guys. So take care.
You too. Thank you.
Have a nice evening. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
ऑफिस में
प्रैक्टिस करना बहुत जरूरी है यार ये तो
All right. Nagesh, can you hear us? Can you hear me? And Syed and Venkat, you guys can hear us?
Yes.
yes we can hear you.
Okay, cool. There seems to be a little disturbance anyways, but before we go ahead, any questions from yesterday's session? Were you guys able to practice what we've done?
we did whatever you told us, but the thing is we have to create 3 more info objects. So we could not create, we didn't get a time to create. I think we'll try to create tomorrow.
Other thing is some restriction is going on in office, so we cannot access the system from office, so that's other issue.
Oh, okay.
I think by tomorrow we'll finish them up.
All right. Okay, I'm going to log into the system. All right. So what's the name of the info area that you've created?
That's a Venkat's. You and me as an architect were using the same machine or what? Mine
If
is
you go down,
Venkat's info area. Are we using the same system or?
I am not too sure. Okay, probably we're not using the same system.
We are using.
What's your IP?
B70
3311?
Let me check.
system name B74.
My IP is 3379.
3379. Just give me one moment.
No, not this one.
Good idea, no?
The last one. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Did you design this? The system looks like, right?
No, not this is the one.
Is this a similar system? BPD
No, I
001?
don't think so.
It's not look like,
It's not looks like.
because we don't have SAP menu like these many favors.
Yeah, but it's maybe a different.
Syed info area?
No, that's not me.
No,
Not
it's
me.
the Venkat info area. No, it's a different system, not this system.
Okay. So probably I will bring
It's
in
a
the same server.
BW4. It's a BW4, and can I send you the system info?
Okay, I think I have 3379. Just give me one moment. Alright, let me just carry on with this same stuff that I used yesterday. But from tomorrow I'll use the same server that all of you are on.
Oh,
But
yeah.
the one we are using has your stuff also, right?
No, I don't know. No, it's not.
I don't think
It's not.
so. From
Our
tomorrow
system-
probably I'll be
our
on the same server.
Our system is let me tell you the IP on our system.
I know it's 3379, right? It's a similar this thing, but here you have 3379.
No, but we are talking about our remote server, remote connection.
That's what
yeah.
You probably need some credentials here.
Can you use mine or?
I could if you one moment. I think I have just.
Good. This is the one.
Are you guys logging on HANA SP8 or are you guys logging on to BW 7.4?
BW 7.8, the first one.
The first one.
Yeah.
So this has now what happens with this is directly on the HANA database. So let's first understand the normal BW, then you will be able to understand clearly.
We don't
the
have
HANA
access. We don't have access
It's
for
not
that.
working.
It's not working.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we can ask him, no, Mahesh?
Yeah, we can ask him.
Not on this student.
Yeah.
Material also, study material.
Okay, I hope I'm in the same area.
Go Venkat's maybe down. So,
Yeah.
so I just loaded only for customer number and customer. I created info objects, but I have to load the
All right. Nagesh, were you able to do something? Did you have the server access? I have unmuted you. And Manan, I don't know if you've been given the access yet or not. Guys, I hope all of you have started some work on the server. Alright. Okay, yesterday what we've looked at is how do we go ahead and load data into the info object. Okay, so here what I see here is in the Venkat info area, I'm kind of using the same info area Venkat, so please excuse me just to avoid the time. So here so here you have customer number, plant, product number, region name, right? So what I want to do is I want to show you how to load data if you have multiple, let's say you have attributes. Okay, so what I'm going to create here is I'm going to right click on it and then create a new info object. I'm going to call this, let's say, material, or we call this as Z material underscore number. Okay, now what I'm going to do is of type character, length 10. Okay, and I'm going to activate this. So here, instead of actually creating it this way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the material number. Instead of activating, I will go and make some alterations. I go into the tab which says attributes in here, and I want to add a few attributes. Okay, I want to add let's say plant, the plant that you have created. The technical name is Z plants, so I'm going to add this in here, ZPLANTS plants, and I say enter. So I've added plant as an attribute in here. Let's say I want to add also region name. The technical name is Z regions. Okay, I say enter. I've added that too. Okay, now I can go and activate this. So my material number has attributes of Z plants and Z regions. What I mean is when I try to bring this to my info provider level, my structure of material number will have material number, Z plants, and Z regions. Okay, so I take this and come to the info provider menu. Right click on Venkat info area and say add or insert characteristic as info provider. Okay, so I have material number in here, which is my attribute and text. So if I go into material number, so if I want to go ahead and use this, I right click and say manage. Alright, so you can create first, let's say, a data source for material number which has all the three structures: my material number, region, and plant. Start. So here I have material number, plant, and I have the region. Okay, so material number, I'm trying to load something from M001, so I am loading some 20 of these. Plant, okay, I'm going to say file. CSV, I'm going to load it on my desktop. So what I'm trying to do here is create a data source. Okay, so you must have use the file data source. What is the file data source you use, Venkat? Do you remember what file data source you used?
Just a moment. Yeah. Where is that file? Yes, man. Flat file, yes.
Yes, that file, yes. There,
SF.
SF, yes.
Okay, so you find customer number, and so I'm creating a new data source here. Create data source. I'm going to call this as z data source underscore material number underscore attribute. So I'm going to load the attribute value here. The extraction is happening from this Excel or CSV file, so I'm going to point it to that file on my desktop. I'm going to link it to material attributes. I'm ignoring the first row, fixed length CSV. It's a comma separator, and then a semicolon is the escape sign. The fields that I'm going to use, I need to define the structure of the fields. So the first one is z material underscore number. Then to that I'm going to add my plants and my regions. So here I have z plants and z regions. Once I have this structure, I'm going to activate this. You can see that I'm trying to load one main master data object and two attribute objects. So I've activated this. So I take the technical name of this particular data source, go into the info provider menu, and try and create transformations here. So sometimes it says nodes not connected, and in that scenario you have to go and select the node that you have actually used here. Your info area name is Z Venkat, right? So it'll PQRSTUV Z Venkat BW HANA. Say continue. The name of the source object is data source. From where are you bringing is, and you can go ahead and type in flat underscore file. Say continue. So you can see that here I've created the data source with 3 objects, and I find that within my material number also there are 3 objects. Okay, so
why the Emmanuel? Why the no mod something is showing up? Why?
No what?
When you are selecting the data source, it says in the info area there were no mod something, no node something, no node. Why is that?
So what happens is sometimes when we create objects, it doesn't refresh it, probably because of the server speed. So what happens is it does not link. We have created the info object in material number. It has to be created under the Venkat info area. It did not immediately link it.
Okay.
So if I restart or go to RSA1 again and refresh it, it will all be fine. But since you have done it immediately, sometimes it did not refresh. That's when it says the non-connected nodes. So you'll have to mention the node where material number should be linked.
So here you are showing us like one main info object and the 2 other were attributes.
Yeah.
So what is the use of it? Like instead of creating a multiple info objects, it's creating a.
No, it is not like that. See, in your real-time scenarios, it might be that you might have a single info object. Sometimes you might have some 30 attributes. Yesterday we've seen one of the info objects called zero customer. And zero customer had how many? Some 30 or 40 attributes to it. Okay. So in that scenario, how do you load data? So you need to understand that point, right? So your data source should have not the main info object and then the remaining attribute values as well.
Oh, okay.
So you will understand that only if you create. So right now I'm activating this.
When I have that kind of an info object with multiple attributes, then I have to create this kind of thing. Yeah?
Yeah, your scenario might be like this. So they'll give you a functional spec in which you have company code. They'll say within the company code you need to have business area, division, and plant and storage location. So add these as attributes into the main info object. So you should know how you want to go ahead and create it and how you should be loading data into that, right? So in that scenario, This is how you go with the steps. It is not that you create everything individually, but you need to add them as attributes.
So what happens if we add individually? Can we able to report it or?
So the reason why you don't do it individually is the attributes don't have the complete authorization on the reporting level. So the plants and the regions will only follow the Z material number wherever it is used. But you cannot use plants and regions for drill down and drill across. You could only use the Z material for drill down and drill across. Okay? The plants and the regions will just follow the material number.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you cannot filter based on attributes and all that. So it doesn't have the same priority like the main info object.
Oh,
These are all helping info objects. These are not the main info objects.
No, I'm just trying to understand, like, you know, at what stage we need to do this, and in what scenarios do we need to do this, and what scenarios we need to create individually.
So let's say when you're trying to try to look at a report. Okay, in the report, you have a specific material. Okay, and with the material, you have a lot of attributes like the size, the unit price, the color, and all of this.
Those are the product.
Need all this? Yeah. So do you need all this information always, or you don't? It is not necessary when you're taking normal decisions, but when you want to look a little more in detail about that material, you will want that information about what is the size, what is the color of it, what is the unit price, all right? Is it available in rolls or how? So you want to see all that information. In that scenario, you want to use the attributes.
Yes.
So if you create them here, if you want, you will want to use them, or if you don't want, you can suppress them. Okay. So you don't want to take it till the end and then choose whether you want to keep them or not. So all the objects which you might think that they might be helpful or they might make sense and they are logically connected with the main object, you will create them as attributes.
Okay. But in this scenario, region is not in a it's not specific to this product, right? This material.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I just added it because we'd have more number of attributes.
Okay.
Whatever you said is correct. Regions will be more corresponding if you use it with customers.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to create an info object, info package, I'm sorry. Did you look at the SID tables yesterday after you created your customer number?
Yeah.
Any difference?
No, it's same data. It's whatever I loaded, I could see those.
Okay. So the rest of the stuff is the same. Is that your SIDs and all that will change. Okay. You have these 20 rows of data, so you can go to contents.
It's opening on a web page. Yeah.
All right, so you can see all of this data in here.
So now we can see all the. Attributes.
You want to delete something, you want to use most recent. So all of these options are available.
But plant is only showing PL0, but we had like a PL001.
So he must have created plant with
3-digit.
3 digits or something. Is it?
Yeah, 3 digits. Yes, you're right. Sorry.
See, that's
Yeah.
why it is getting concatenated.
Yeah.
All right.
We wanted to 200, 200, 300.
Okay. All right. So I did not check that, so I created it. Yeah. Anyways, so it works that way. So you should be always aware of what is the size of the data that you're sending, and so if you look at SAP's mode of how they create attributes, like the example that I told you in RSD1. Give 0 customer. Display. So you can see the attribute, the number of attributes that it has. See, it has so many different attributes. Okay. So when you're bringing in data from SAP, so from ECC if you're trying to bring data, so this is customer number. There is a customer master table from where you will bring data. Okay? And the customer master table is called as KNA1. Okay? It has pretty close to 180 fields in that table.
Yeah.
The main primary key in that table is your customer number. The rest of them all are your attributes. So when you map it from there, you will have to go ahead and map all those fields specific to the info objects that you have here, and then you can load the data.
Yeah. Got it.
All right. All right.
So it's the same way, like, you know, the product. The product MM01 has in a many fields. So in that case also we need to add an attributes if we want to report those.
If you want to go into the detail of it, so when I log into, let's say here, ECC, just give me one moment.
Maybe you can use HUser11.
Oh, just a moment.
No, ECC, do we have ECC?
Yeah.
Okay, and I go into, let's say you're talking about MM01, right?
No,
so
Mara.
This is for material.
Yeah.
This is for material master.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're creating a material master, the actual thing that we have is these screens. All right. So you're creating a material. So let's say I have something like Z, Coke, 1, 2, 3. Let's say I'm creating this as my material. Okay. And I'm going to define my industry, beverage, and say, let's say drinks. And here I have the views, how I want to use my material.
Yeah.
And let's say I select just the basic view. Now when I go into the system and start creating, there are probably 25, 26 views in which I can create.
Yeah.
But as I go ahead and create in each of these tabs, in the background, it will be loading it into the base tables. The checkbox informs that these are mandatory fields. So basic unit of measure here is each, let's say, and here you have material as, let's say, Z. Let's say we call this as description Coke drink. Okay, so this is the description. So if you want to look at where each of these fields are, you can press the F1 button on that field and you have this hammer and it will tell you that this is from the table Mara and it represents the field name mains. Okay. So on the transaction system, you have to the screens that you have underlying, there is a table and the field names to which you are going to connect. So when I actually activate or save and activate my particular material number, this will be added into those. So here I have Z Coke 23. Alright, so this is the name of my material number. So once it activates and saves this data, these will be saved into the underlying table. So here Z Coke 23. So I go into /OSC11. My material master is Mara, M-A-R-A. Say display. The primary key here is material number, Matner, M-A-T-N-R. So here if I go in and search for my material number, which is Z Coke 23 and say execute. So I'll find the one that I have just created. Okay. And see in the mains you have each EA. Similarly, it will also be loaded into other tables like MAKT, which holds the description. So here if I go and give my material number Z Coke and say execute, it will tell me the description that I have also added in English language. So the thing is, when I bring data from my ECC system to the BW system, I need to create data sources so that I have these tables covered. Right? My info object here might, so let's say I create a material number info object. So it has both the value part, it also has the description part.
Yes.
So the description part can be bought from a MAKT table, whereas the value part can be bought from the Mara table. Alright? So your data sources might be from different tables also.
Yes.
Okay. So this is how the application into SAP will result. Let's get back to what we are doing right now. So here, what we are doing right now is we're trying to load data, master data from the CSV file into these individual objects. We have loaded it into customer number and material number. I hope that you have created a few key figures also.
Yeah. Only just two.
Price and quantity. Okay, I'm going to add one more here and I'm going to call this as Z amount. Okay.
When it's checking a duplication check, is it checks only the my particular info area, or it checks everything, all info objects?
The entire BW environment.
Oh, okay.
So do you want to do business in a fixed currency or do you want to use any currency? In that scenario, if you want to use any currency, I'm going to use 0 currency. And I'm going to activate this. Okay. Now, previous to this day, we have yesterday we have learned about the extended star schema, right?
Yeah.
In the extended star schema, what we have learned is that we could create an info queue, and it has dimensions, SID tables and all that. So what we will look at in today's session is how do we go ahead and use this. Now the first thing that you need to be very clear is what you have created here is basically the info objects. We have created info objects of type characteristics and key figures. Why did you create these? These are specific to whatever you are building in the info provider menu. It might be that you might want to use other info objects also, and you could use them. If you don't have the objects created here, and if you want to use SAP's objects, you could directly drag them and use them. Alright, so you have even that facility. So what we are doing here right now is just to understand the concept of the info queue. So I click on the info provider menu, and what I'm trying to create is I want to create an info cube here. I will right click on my info area, and I have the option create info cube. When I click on create info cube, it's going to ask me a technical name. So my technical name, let's say, is Z info cube underscore SEPT, September. So when I do my info cube in HANA, it's completely different from what I do in the normal BW, because this component comes in the in-memory info cube. Okay, so the concept that I told you will be different from the concept that I have. I'm actually creating here. The steps of creation will be the same, but the underlying is going to change. Okay. So let's actually get to that system and work, and then I can make you understand this.
Oh yeah.
Because that will confuse a lot of things. So here, I'm going to create a cube here in BW Training August. And I click on this and say create an info cube. So let's say the naming is ZIC underscore AUG2. So here you don't find the in-memory option if you realize that. Alright. So I'm just going and clicking on the create button. The way how you create info object on BW on HANA and BW normal BW is exactly the same, but the entire underlying theory is going to be changed. Okay, I will ask Mahesh to give you the access to the normal BW as well, because there is a lot of change between BW and BW on HANA when it comes to the underlying layer. Okay, so this here is basically you have, I told you that within dimensions, 3 of them are reserved for SAP, right? So one is the unit dimension, one is the time dimension, and the third one is data package dimension. These are default ones that are reserved for SAP. Over and above that, you have other dimensions that you can create. So let's say I have to create a customer dimension here. First thing, my dimensions should be linked to my info objects, or should be linked to my master data objects, right? So the master data objects are nothing but info objects of type characteristics. So when I click on, you remember this symbol, right? This symbol that you have here. This symbol is basically your catalog symbol. So when you click on the catalog, because your info areas technical names are same, it will bring your catalog. So when I click on the catalog here, it will bring your catalog, the characteristic catalog, and you will find your characteristics in there. So let's say I want to go ahead and link my customer number here. My dimension is saying here is dimension 1. To make it even more clear, I can go and rename this as, in properties, I can call this as customer dimension. And I can also create a, let's say, a new dimension. Create new dimension. I will call this as material dimension. How do I link my master data to these? Is I take the customer number and drag it into my customer dimension. So you can see that the customer number is linked now. I take my material number and drag it into my material. My material is linked now. Okay, so I have two dimensions, customer dimension, material dimension, each of these individual tables. My key figures, I don't have anything in my key figures, so I will want to bring my key figures. I have price, quantity, and amount. So I bring in price, quantity, and amount. The data that is stored in the info cube is always transactional data. It is not master data. These master data is only a way of linking. So when you want to see, at the end of the day, the decision maker wants to know if you made profits or if you made losses, right? So that is what he is content with. But he wants to also, the mid-level management want to even analyze where exactly or where are they making profits? Is it based on a specific set of customers, or is it on a specific product that we are selling, or is it on a specific sales area? So you want to go and analyze your data, and for that you need always master data information for referencing your data to understand the transaction that has actually happened on a particular day. This is the amount that was paid, and this is the quantity that was bought, this is the total revenue. So if you want to look at that individual transaction that has happened, you need the referencing objects, which are nothing but your master data objects, which are customer number, material number, and so on. So that is why your master data is called as reference objects. So what we're doing right now is we are creating a info cube to hold that data so that we can analyze our data. So I'm going to activate this. You have now 5 dimensions, out of which 3 are reserved for SAP, 2 are custom defined dimensions. You have 3 key figures. Okay, so I have defined the cube and I have activated it. So I have info cube 2 underscore August created here. Okay, now I need to supply data into this particular cube. Alright, my unit dimension basically will be based on the units of my price, quantity, and amount, whether I have, if price is defined as a fixed unit, a fixed amount, or zero currency, and then I have now what we will do is we'll try to go and create a data source. Okay, so I go into the data source BW training August. I must have created. Here is my application component, and I'm going to create a data source for loading data into my info cube. Create data source. These steps will be the same all through BW. Alright, first you need to create the object, you need to create the data source, you need to create transformation, link both of them, you need to run info package, then DTP. The steps are the same. Though you create info cubes or DSOs or virtual providers, these steps are the same. Alright, so I'm creating a data source for info cube underscore August 2, and this is for transaction data. And so I'm going to click on continue. You need to understand firstly what is the structure of data that is to be passed into the cube. So you define the cube. What our usual step is, we go into extraction and we link the file. But before we do that, we want to make sure what the structure of data that we're going to send in. So I go into fields and I'm adding my structure. See customer number. I'm going to add a few more. Z material number. And I'm going to add price, okay, Z price. When I add price, you will find that it will bring the corresponding zero currency as well, because if you say 300, it is not USD because it is not a fixed currency. You can use USD or INR or GBP or anything. So here, when I say price, the system will also bring in its corresponding. So here it says reference field. Currency added automatically. So I click on continue. To the price, it will bring the currency as well. And Z quantity. For it, I have added a unit. So it's going to bring in reference unit. So it could be pounds, or it could be kilograms, or it could be grams or mg. So based on how you define it, it will take it.
Okay.
And then you have amount. So this is my structure of data that is going to come through. Customer number, material number, price, currency, quantity, unit, and amount. Okay. I'm doing the control Y. To copy this structure. Open an Excel sheet. Paste special. My customer number, it says C001. It is CN01. My material number M001. Price so I need to tell the currency as well. Okay, so here let's say this is USD. INR. GBP. Quantity, let's say here I'm going to give 10, 20, and unit I'm going to give it as each. And the amount I'm not going to do it, I'm going to create the amount dynamically. Alright, so I'm going to say save. On my desktop, the name of the file is IC underscore. This is a CSV file. Click on save. Okay, I'm going to close this file. In the extraction tab, we need to add this file because we're going to pick this file using the info package. File name is IC underscore AUG2. And I'm going to ignore the first row. CSV file, comma separated delimiter, and semicolon. Once you do that, you can go and activate. It's pretty much the same steps that we are creating on the info objects as well. So you can just go and activate this, continue. These are just warnings, so not to worry. So once your data source is ready, you know that you need to go ahead and link this with the info provider. CDS IC underscore AUG2. So go to the info provider. You have created this cube, right click on it and say create transformations. When you created the info object, you went ahead and created transformations that way. So here when you create the info cube, click on create transformations. You're connecting it to a data source. The name of the data source is ZDS underscore IC underscore AUG2. This is using flat file. And say continue. So you can see that the transformation is created. So here you have amount. Now we haven't defined the amount part in the Excel sheet. We have left it blank, but we want to populate it as we process the data. So in the transformation, these are all direct transformations. So if you see here, you say that there is direct assignment, you're not doing anything. So let's say when you're populating the amount, I want to go ahead and populate it based on a, let's say a formula. And my amount is a multiplication of my price into quantity. So I bring in my price and quantity fields into my amount, and I'm going to define it instead of direct assignment, I'm going to define it as a formula. So when I define it as a formula, the system will allow me to multiply price asterisk quantity. You can check if it is fine. Formula syntax is correct. I go back and say check and transfer these values. You can see that price and quantity are also linked to my amount now. I can activate this transformation now. On the data source, if I right click and create an info package, create info package, I will be able to fetch data from the CSV file into BW. This process is pretty much the same as what we have done with the info objects. Go to schedule and click on execute or start. Data was requested. Run the DTP as well.
Activate, execute.
And I'm going to click on execute. Okay. So when I execute my DTP, that is when data is going to move from my PSA to the data target. And if I see here, I have loaded my data into the data target, which is my info queue. So I have 20 records added. So if I go into my contents now and say info queue content, select customer number, material number, currency, unit of measure. So you can see the customer number, material number, currency, unit, and you can see the amount populated based on the multiplication of price and quantity. Alright? So here you could go ahead and use this to analyze data. Let's say you want to do some analysis, customer and specific to the pricing and amounts and quantities, you could do it. Or I'm just showing you a simple example. Okay? And if you want to see the tables that are underlying for the info queue, the easiest way to do it is, so this is the info cube content. If you remember what we have seen in the extended star schema, what do you have in the fact table? All numerics, right? So if I click on the fact table, I will find, so these are dimensions, the data package dimension, time dimension, and unit dimension. and this is the customer dimension and the material dimension, price or quantity and amount. So when I say execute, what do you find here inside?
All numeric.
Everything is numerics. Okay. So when the system is trying to analyze data, this is what it uses. How did you get numbers in here? Because your dimension keys are converting your SIDs into these numbers. Okay. So let's check how these tables are. The name of the cube is ZIC underscore AUG2, right? So we can use S11, type in asterisk ZIC underscore AUG2 asterisk after it and say F4. So you'll find the tables associated with it. You have the fact table, which is the F fact table. You have a second fact table called the E fact table, which we will discuss a little later. Then you have the customer, the material dimension, and the unit dimension. Okay. So let's say I want to open the customer dimension. Okay. So I click on customer. So the customer dimension is connected to the customer number, SID of customer number. Okay. And if you see here, you have in the previous menu, within the info cube, you have customer number, right? And within the customer number, you have the customer SID table also. So if you go into the customer SID table, you will find the contents of the customer SID 0 or 1, 2, 3, 4 till 21. These are how they are linked. In the dimension table, if I go into display table, into the dimension table, the SIDs of customers are linked to the dimension ID. So if you look at it, execute, you will find that these numbers, your dimension IDs are also having the same numbers, and the dimension ID will be in the fact table. So when you look at the fact table, what you will find is the dimension IDs and not the SIDs. Okay. So you will have all numbers inside.
Oh, man, it's too much.
Are you getting me?
A little lost.
Yeah. But we have to.
Okay. I'll open an Excel sheet. So in the info queue, what you have is the fact table, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does the fact table consist of?
All numerics,
All numerics.
characteristics, and
Right. But actually, the fact table basically consists of dimensions and the fact table, right? So in the info cube, you have dimensions and fact tables. So here you have dimensions. Let's say this is the customer dimension.
Mm-hmm.
And here you have material dimension. And accordingly, you will have the customer master here. And the moment I create my customer master or material master, I'll have an SID table that is created. SID underscore customer, and similarly I'll have SID underscore material, and this will link to your dimensions, and here you will have your actual fact table. So I'm going to put an actual value so that you understand. C001, and let's say here description. The SID table converts it into a number, so it says 1, 4, C001, and the material master says you have a material called M001, and this is, let's say, pen. Okay. The SID table will have a value, let's say 2, for material number M001. In your dimension, the dimension here is, let's say, value 4, and that will connect to your SID of your customer, which is 1 here. Till here you understand?
Yeah. Yes.
And dimension key, let's say, is 6 here for SID 2. So when your transaction is happening, when you send in transaction data saying customer C001 has done a transaction with material M001, it has brought in, each price is 10, the number of units bought is 2, and my total is 20. What the system understands by that is, it will have its coding as dimension key as 4 has done a transaction with material, which is 6, price is 10, number of units bought is 2, and the total amount that we got is 20. So in the fact table, do I find all numbers?
Yes.
But actually what these numbers mean is 4 means C001, 6
means material M001.
M001. Yeah. So what you see in fact table, interior inside the link have customer number SID table, material SID table, we have customer dimension, material. Finally, these numbers are the ones that are available.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello?
I think,
Can you hear us? Yeah, it's not going to.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. You're breaking.
Okay.
Your voice is breaking.
Just one moment, please.
Yeah. I cannot take anymore.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so were you able to follow what we've done?
Yeah.
So if you go into this particular system, what is the Alright, so what we can, guys, you can hear me?
Yeah.
But it's breaking up.
Alright, so what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and create an info cube in the info areas. I'll ask him to give you the access to the normal BW system.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to go ahead and create info cubes on that system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? I want you to listen to this session again and make sure you do not have any questions.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have to listen.
We have to listen. Somewhere I think we lost somewhere like we have to listen again.
Okay. All right, then I'll see you guys in tomorrow's session.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Take care. Have a nice evening. Bye,
Okay.
guys.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Sorry, we were using a different system, right? Did you guys get the access to the normal BW system?
No.
Did you
I
send
think,
him an email relating to that?
Yeah, actually everyone has
No,
been,
wait.
hello? Okay.
Yeah? Hello?
Yeah, can you able to hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, already all the people having like BW SQL access. I checked with all the servers and all things have. So if you have any doubts, you can check with your server.
Okay, what you need to do is, guys, you need to configure this particular setting here.
Already have.
On your system, if you don't find BW 7.4 SQL, you need to give these properties and you need to configure it on your systems.
We have it.
The
but the password is not working. The user ID and the password.
Yeah, you can check whatever you give in the Windows login password and you.
Yeah, same password. It is working for other one, not for this.
Yes.
Just already yesterday in the class I seen your recording. After that I was cleared all the things.
Oh, okay. So today evening, late evening, we tried to log into the remote server in didn't work. We sent in a text to the ERP XP. I think after that we have not. We will test
Hey,
it.
could you please check it, and if you have find any issues, let me know.
Sure. Thanks for letting us know that.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry for the Emmanuel. You can continue.
No.
Guys, just in short, in case try logging into this with he said he has changed the usernames and passwords. So in case you're not able to log in, just send him an email. He'll reset the password for you, and then you will be able to log in. All right?
Let's try that.
All right. I am putting all of you on mute, and I'm going to log in. In case you have any questions, please unmute yourself and ask questions. Did all of you create an info queue? Did any of you have problem creating it? Syed, Nageswara?
We listen the video, but we are not right. So I think tomorrow and Friday we will create all of the exercises.
Okay. Guys, make sure you practice, all right? It's
Yeah,
not as simple as listening to it unless you do practically. Yeah. Make sure you don't miss out on the practice.
Yeah, then it will be. Yeah, we have to do by this weekend we will finish all.
Yes.
All right, great.
It's getting difficult for us to practice at work actually.
All right, sure. All right, so in yesterday's session, let me did we do it on this one? Yeah. I think, did I do it on this one? Venkat, right? Okay. Alright guys, I'll probably stick with this for today's session as well.
We don't have. He did it on SQL. We did it.
I remember. He did yours.
That is different one. Info we created in video.
Alright. So yesterday what we have looked at and what we have tried to understand is how to use an info queue. Alright. We tried to load data using the CSV file. We already had master data loaded. So we've seen how the multi-dimensional model data is loaded. We've seen the theoretical part of extended star schema. We have seen how only numerics are allowed into the fact table and how data connects to the dimension tables and the SID tables is what we have seen yesterday. And I have shown you each of these tables individually, right? The dimension tables, the fact tables, the InfoCube tables, SID tables. We've seen all of these tables individually. That is basically the InfoCube, all right? But what we will be doing is this is basically to give you an understanding about what is an InfoCube and how to load an InfoCube is that explanation. Once we go ahead and understand business content, we will go ahead and load more data with multiple dimensions. Okay. Today what we will be looking at is the data store object. Okay, data store object. The InfoCube, if you have understood it well, the InfoCube is a multi-dimensional model, okay, and it's a multi-dimensional model. And the process of how you are loading data is you're going to summarize the data in the InfoCube. This is for high-level management. Okay. The reason is, let's say you have a row, let's say C001 and M001. Price is 10 and you bought 20 of those objects and your revenue is 200. Tomorrow, let's say the same customer is buying a material M001 which is 10 and which has a total amount is 30. So you will have 300. But if you're looking at an InfoCube, because it has the property of summarizing, it will not show two requests like that, but instead once you summarize, you will find it as C001 M001 10 50 and you will have a total of 500. So this is what you will find in the InfoCube. Okay, this is the summarizing property of the InfoCube, whereas the data store object is called as detailed reporting. Okay, it is not summarized, it is detailed reporting. This is a two-dimensional model. Just like how you have a table, the DSO is also like that. It is a two-dimensional model. Okay, it is used for mid-level management. If you remember in the InfoCube, we had characteristics and key figures, right? Whereas in the data store object, you have something called as key fields and data fields. Now when you look at a table, normal table, you have primary keys and non-primary keys, right? The exact definition applies to key fields and data fields. Key fields are all the primary fields. Okay, all non-primary are called as data fields. Usually key fields you will have characteristics and data fields you will have key figures, but it is not mandatory that you should have only key figures in your data fields. Just because it says data doesn't mean numeric data. You can also have non-primary keys which are in the data fields. So your characteristics might be there in the data fields as well. Okay. Your data store, there are three major data stores. One is standard, then you have right optimized data store, then you have direct update data store. In short, you call this, instead of data store object, you call it as DSO. Okay. Standard DSO, write optimized DSO, and direct update DSO. When you create a standard or when you create a data store, by default what you get is a standard DSO. Okay. So let's see how we're going to do that. Go into modeling and so you have customer ID, material ID, and sales rep. So here I'm trying to create a DSO. Create data store object Z DSO underscore H and click on create. So here, if you look at it in the settings, you have standard DSO. If you want to change this from standard to other DSOs, you can click on this change option. You will have the option to choose standard, direct, and write optimized. Okay. You also have a separate process for generating the SID links. Okay. So here SID generation, you can choose that whether you want to use it for reporting or no. And the whole point of generating the links is because you want to use it for reporting. So here there's a process called as activation after you load the data that you need to run so that you will create the links. So if I go ahead and click on change here, there's an option here in the standard during activation or during reporting or never create SIDs. So you can choose when you want to create. So when I say activation, the activation process allows me to generate SIDs to link to my master data tables. Alright. You have the option to choose unique data records. You can set quality status to OK automatically. What I mean by that is once you finish loading data, during the process of loading data, your signal will show, your monitoring signal will show yellow. Once you complete, it will show green. But this is, if it is just green, you will not see the data. You will have to process it further. You will have to activate it, and then only you will be able to see the data. In the standard DSO, you will have 3 tables. Okay, in the standard DSO you have 3 tables. One is called as new data table. The second is called as the change log table. And the third one is called as the active data table. The new data table is whenever you load. So here if you see this particular tab which says set quality status to OK automatically, and I told you that when you load the data will be first in, once you finish loading, it will be in green status. In that scenario, when it turns green, data will be in the new data table. But once you do the activation, data will be deleted from the new data table and it will move to the change log and the active data table. Okay. This will allow the data to be having links with the master data. The change log will keep a track of every change on that particular record from when it has been entered. So if there's a customer, in this scenario, you have customer on a particular day, customer C001 dot material M001, unit price is 10 and he's bought 20 of them. But if you store the same record in the DSO, you will not have a second record. It will override the existing record and it will write 300. It is not summarization, it is overwriting. Okay, and so the active data table, so in the change log table, first you will have C001, M001, 10, 20 of those, and then you have 200. When you actually activate it from the new data table, it will move to the change log and the active data table. You'll find this here. So in all of these, you will find this record. And you will find something called as an extra column called as record mode. Okay. The next time when you load that there are 30 of those rows, when you activate from new data, this record will be deleted and you will have data moved to this particular, into the active data table. Now next time when I'm loading this data, the new data table will first get that record. Then once you activate it, this will be processed. The change log will keep a track of this record and also this record. But in the active data table, finally this will be replaced by the value and this will be 30. This is how you will get in the active data table. The old record will be gone, but the change will be maintained in the change log. We will see how that is going to happen in today's session. Okay, we will try to understand the standard DSO in a better way. So here,
what is the use for the change log, keeping that old record?
the detail of that record you will find. So let's say in this, you will not know if the same customer has come twice. Okay.
Like historical changes?
Yes. So you will not be able to see from this understanding. What you will know is you don't really care when the customer has come. You will only find that customer has bought 50 of the components. Alright. Whereas in this record you will find that the customer has come 3 times and bought 3 different sets of data. So you will be able to read through that. The change is always maintained. The change log is never deleted. Okay.
And these things you change log also, it will be reflected in the table or in the report, or only the active data?
You can report on the change log if you want to.
Okay. But active data only the reports, right? Normally.
Exactly. Yeah. So here, go ahead.
I'm little confused about change log table. It's only keeping track of the changes, keeping track of the history. So that is the only usage, or is there any part of reporting also in there?
You can report on change log if you want to.
Okay.
So it's basically for checking what happened of that data, that is change log. But the active data will give you the latest results.
Okay, okay. It only
so the process, the hierarchy of how data is stored is, you will have data loaded from the source system into the PSA. From the PSA, data will be loaded to the DSO.
Yes.
From the DSO to the InfoCube. So in the InfoCube, you have summarized data. In the DSO, you have detailed data.
Okay.
Okay. So here I have key fields and data fields. If you are looking at the InfoCube, you would have characteristics and key figures, right? So here you have key fields and data fields. I'm going to click on the info object catalog. So when I click on it, I will have, okay, sorry. Characteristics. So I have, let's say, customer number, and I have material number. I'm including these two into my characteristics. Whereas my data fields, I'm going to bring in my key figures. Quantity. And revenue. You can do a direct input also. Z PRIC price. Somebody has already created it. You can add it directly.
So you can use somebody's.
Yeah, I can use somebody's as well. If I put zero price, then it will be SAP's object. If I put Z price, it will be somebody's who's created already. If it is not there, you create it afresh. Okay, price, quantity, and revenue. Now I'm going to activate this. If I go into manage, you will find that I have new data table, change log table, and active data table. Alright? And there is a zero record mode extra field that is added that basically handles your deltas.
Oh.
So now tell me the step-by process as to how I should load data into the DSO. It's pretty same as the info cube or info object. What should I first create?
Data source.
Okay, so I go into data source. And let's say I want to load it from a flat file. Flat file.
Application component.
Right, so let's say we'll create one application component. The application component. So here a new task will be created. So here you are creating a transport.
Oh, okay.
So it comes up like this.
Yeah.
Okay. You can say continue. So if your user doesn't have, you can create your own request. You need a project for it, so. Okay, I have application component for BW on HANA. Now I right click and then I have to create a data source.
Data source and then
So is this a transaction data source or master data source?
It's a transaction.
Right. So I'm going to click ZDS underscore standard DSO.
Mm-hmm.
I say continue. Then I need to define the structure of it, right?
Yeah.
The structure is defined in the fields. So I need to know what are the info object
Info
names.
objects, there are 4 or 5 there.
I'm going to open another screen, RSA1.
Copy, yeah.
Go into our info provider menu. Open the standard DSO. The technical names are here. Z customer ID. Copy. Add a few more.
Material number. Z map.
ZK underscore material ID.
ID.
My data fields are Z price, if you look at quantity and amount, they have their reference objects as well. So it will bring in the reference fields also.
Amount will be 0 currency, right? Amount
Yeah.
reference is 0 currency, yeah. And this one is quantity.
0 unit.
0, yeah.
Okay, 0 unit. And then the last one is amount.
Amount.
Or you can call it as revenue, let's say. Okay. Now I'm going to take this structure, Control Y.
Create a file.
Yes.
And give that an extraction, the file. Transpose work.
units, let's say I give everything as each. Revenue, I'm keeping it out. Well, let's say I give even.
It's a calculation, right? Revenue.
Yeah, if I want, I can give it as calculation. Here
Yeah.
I'm just giving it randomly. Okay, so this might not be the exact
Might not be
calculation.
exact, yeah.
Yeah. So click on save. My desktop. So I'm going to my extraction tab.
Given a file name and
Yeah.
default field fixed length can change it to the
Right, standard DSO. My
one.
header rows to be ignored is 1.
Yeah.
Fixed length CSV.
Separated.
This is
Comma.
going to be a comma. Second one is going to be a semicolon. And then I can go and activate this.
Activate and create an info package for the data source.
Right. So first we need to create the transformation.
Oh yeah. Then the info package. Yes.
The transformation is a way to link the data source with the actual target.
Yeah.
Alright. Now, once I activate this, so here 0 record mode is added automatically. I'm going to run my info package. I right click and say create my info package. Okay. Extraction is automatically picked from the data source. Update. Here you have processing is only till the PSA. And if you click on schedule, you can click on the start menu. Allow. Okay. Once I'm done with that, I'm going to run my DTP. These are the same set of steps for all the objects. Okay, so if you are clear with this, you know how to load the data. Execute. Now, remember this. Okay, it is different from here between the cube and the DSO. Your data is loaded till here, you have green. Okay, but there is this thing here called request for reporting available. If I am looking at an info queue, so here if I right click on the info queue, you will find that there is a small request available for reporting. Only if you get this symbol, you will only be able to get the data at your report level. If you don't get this symbol, your data will not be available at the reporting level. Okay? But if you see the DSO here, and if I right click and say manage.
What is manage? Manage is for
to get to this level of the DSO. Okay. Managing the requests and contents and all that.
Okay.
So once I come here, I do not find a request for reporting available. And this will come only if you have your SIDs generated.
Yeah.
So there is an extra step to select this and activate the request. Okay, there's this request. You need to start this process. Okay, and it will run the process. And before we do that, till here, data is available at the new data table. So 19 records in here. Okay. Once this process starts, refresh. I'm going to click on apply changes.
Oh, now
it's coming. It's still yellow. It's still trying to establish the connection, and now it is green.
Okay.
Now if you go to the contents, you will find the new data table becomes empty. Zero
it copied to the change.
Yeah, it will copy it to the change log. In the change log, you have the record status maintained as new record. First time entry, it is called as a new record.
Okay.
Okay. And all of this data is here. But in the active data table, you have all of this. This is also having a record mode. What does this mean? So if you go in here, a blank means that it is the after image. Okay.
What does it mean? After image means?
After image means after your calculation has happened, this is the image that you get. Okay, so there are multiple features here. There's after image, there is a before image. Before image is when you're bringing it from the SAP system, sometimes data will come as a before image. So here, how does the system override the data? So I'm saying I'm getting a new transaction. So let's say now I'm going to load something with a change in, let's say M03. Instead of 30, I'm going to put in some 40 here or 500, and we'll see how this is going to change. Okay, then you understand record mode a little more better. Okay, so what I will do is I will take this file that I have just created. Standard DSO. I'll take the same file and instead of 400 I will say 4000. Instead of 40 I'm going to put 400. Here I'm going to put 40,000. Okay, I'll put it for another one. I'll just put the quantity as 300 and this as 36,000. Okay. Now let's see how the system's going to process this. I'm going to save this. I'm going back to the info provider. So to pick up this new file, I need to run the info package, right?
Info package, yes.
So I'm going to click on start. Data was requested. On the DTP, since I have selected it to be delta, what it means is whenever I extract data from the file, my requests are stored on the data source. So if I go into manage on the data source, I'll find that requests are uploaded. So if you find a red, it means that it is already uploaded. So if you find a green, you will find that this is already uploaded. At 4:49, this request was uploaded. Now this is the new request. It is not updated yet into the data target.
Mm-hmm.
Since I have selected my DTP as delta, the requests that are not uploaded, though they only will be picked. So if I run my DTP right now,
only updates will be picked.
only the requests that are not updated so far will be picked.
Yeah.
Okay. So
What does it? What is the change? Only changes or requests that it's the same, right? What I was saying.
If I go into the manage section here, each time I pick up a request from the info package, it will create a request, right?
Mm-hmm.
The request might have new data, it might have changed data, anything.
Mm-hmm.
But when I do my delta from DTP, it only picks the requests that are not uploaded to the data target.
Mm-hmm.
So here, this has already been uploaded, so I'm going to load only this request now.
Okay.
So I'm going to execute this and say yes. If I say full, it will bring in both the requests.
Both the requests, yeah. Oh, okay, I got it.
Alright. So I go into data target. Now the request is not activated, so if I go into contents, new data, how many records I'll have?
Same 9, no, sorry,
19
21.
records, right?
21
records.
Oh yeah,
I just made the overwrite in the field.
Yeah.
But see this difference here. I'm going to activate this.
In the change you will see 21, I think.
Let's see how many we will see. Okay. I'm going to refresh. Apply changes.
Still right.
Okay. My new data table is empty.
Yeah.
I'm going to my change log table. There's going to be an after image and a before image. So here if you see C004, M004, it used to be 400, or it used to be 40, 4,000, and the amount is 4,000. 400 is the price, 40 is the quantity, 4,000 was the amount. But we've changed that to 4,000. So it will create a negative record. And this is what is the before image. Okay. So it will create a before image so that these two will negate each other. So when I do a summarize, what happens? This row will get cancelled.
Yeah.
Okay. And this new row, which is the after image, will remain. So from the change log, data will go into the active data table. What is there in the active data table? So if you see the active data table,
only updates. Or the
only show
after image.
After images. So it will show only that being overwritten.
So actually in the change log it created, for each change it created two rows. One is negative.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Before image and after image.
After image, yeah.
So here you have it also overwritten 36,000, 12,000.
Yeah.
All right.
Interesting.
So this process of activation, though when you create the object, if you go into the data store, you have this on the settings that set quality status to OK automatically. Okay. Previously you also had the activate process also set it up as automatically, but they have taken that off now. So when you run it in the foreground, you have to manually go and activate the request. Okay?
Even though that says, oh, okay, check.
Automatically, yeah. So this is quality status is okay automatically means as you are loading, the symbol will be yellow, but once you finish it will be green. But it has to be a green with request ready for reporting.
Okay.
And that will come only after you activate. That symbol of activation grid I told you, right?
Yeah.
That will come only after you activate. Okay? So you will have to do that manually. But once you go into the process of automation, which we will as we go along through the process of process chains, you have a process for even activation. So if you just to show you, so if I'm creating a new process chain, so you will find that you will also have a process for activate data store object. Okay. In this example, if you see, after data is loaded to the DTP, there is an activation process also there, activating data process. So you can automate that as well. So you don't have any manual intervention. Okay?
Okay.
So this is the standard DSO. If you look at the info cube, so the info cube has customer dimension in which he has customer ID, material dimension in which he has material ID, and he has key figures which are quantity and revenue. So let's say we want to send this structured data into the cube. How would you go ahead and send it? So I told you that we can send data from the DSO to the cube, right? So whenever you want to send the data from the DSO to the cube, all this while what we have done at transformation level is connect the data source to the data target. In this scenario, what we will connect is one data target to another. So I'm taking the technical name of the standard DSO and I'm going to create a transformation to load it into the cube. So I right click on the cube and say create transformation. Here you have options to load from any of these objects. Instead of data source, I'm selecting data store object. I'm going to give the name of the data store. And I'm going to say continue. The source structure basically allows me to load data to the customer ID, to the material ID, quantity and revenue. But these two, country and salesperson ID, will be not in active mode. So let's check if that is fine. So it has initial update for those two fields. So I'm going to click on activate. So it has activated it. Now I need to run my DTP. Okay. For any movement inside the BW system, to move data from one target to the other, or from data source to target, or from info object to info cube, any movement of data inside the BW system has to happen only through the DTP. Any movement from the source system to the PSA should happen only through the info package. Okay. So I have created the transformation between the DSO and the cube, but to load data I need the DTP. So I right click on the DTP and say create data transfer process. But here it doesn't know from where to where it should go. So I need to give it that it's going to load to the cube, which is ZKIC underscore tran. The source is given, it is loading to the info cube, but the target is given, the source is data store object, and I'm going to click on continue, activate it, and then you can execute. Refresh. Now if you go into the info queue, the second request will come from this is a request from the DSO to the info queue. Alright, happened on the 28th. So you know how to load data from the data source to the DSO and from the DSO to the info cube, right? Now what I want you to do is, I'm going to open this Excel sheet. I want you to create 3 sets of data. Okay, I have a standard DSO with US data. I have standard DSO with Canada data, and I have a standard DSO with Mexico data. I want you to send all of that data to one info cube. From here, from each of them, I need you to send the data to, from the US to this particular cube, from this to here, and from here to here. Okay? You know what to do, right? For each of them, you need to create a transformation. Here on transformation, you need to create a transformation here. You need to create a transformation here. 3 transformations. Okay? Individually, you have to create a data source and create the transformation here to load it into this data source for Canada data. Data source. Alright? Guys, you understand this?
Yes.
So this is what we need to do. Individually to each standard DSO, and from standard DSO, common place is ZIC_DSO. You can create any number of transformations to the queue. Each one has to be run by individual DTP. Alright?
Okay.
This will ascertain that we know how to load data into master data objects, which are info objects. We know how to load data into standard DSO, and we know how to load data into the info cube. Okay? Any questions, guys?
No.
Yeah, we are good.
Alright, so in case you have any questions, you can call Mahesh or ask him for support, or I'm giving you my email address as well.
Yeah, but
So you
can you provide some exercises and material for us?
Mm-hmm.
So that maybe like, for the weekend we can refer that. So,
The material I will send the presentations and the DSO and all that material, and how to load stepwise screenshots. I'll send that to you.
yeah.
So, that will be helpful.
That will be a lot helpful. And this coming Monday we have a long weekend. So is it possible for you to start early, 1 hour early, because Tuesday morning we travel. So we have to go to bed early. So is it possible for you to on Monday start a little bit early?
Can I do the session at 7:30 p.m.?
Yeah.
7:30 p.m. EST.
EST means 6:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
which will be my 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. So that will be good.
All right, guys.
Thank you very much. See you on Monday. Talk
No
to you on
problem.
Monday.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. Hope all of you are able to follow what we've done so far.
Yeah, and just send us material so that we will be.
All right.
The
Yeah.
exercise material like SAP mean they have exercise and solution.
Yeah. All right. Take care, guys. Bye.
Thank you.
You
Good
can,
night.
bye.
Sorry, good. Sorry, not good night. Yeah, I think we did exercises.
Uh-huh.
Not all of us though. I'm a little bit behind, but
Emmanuel, I did that exercises. I loaded the data, but the content is not look good to me. I created the data from Excel file. Whatever I put in Excel, it was not showing up in the same format, the data in that table.
You have, let's look at your, do you have BW or are you on BW on HANA?
BW.
SQL.
Okay.
So I created only one info cube, one DSO, and I moved the DSO into the info cube. I did that, but I did not do all of the 4 different DSOs. I'll do that later. But the concept I did it.
So
which is the one, Syed? No.
The training BW on HANA, no, I think that is the one. Yeah, starting with the GS.
All right.
Like in the California, I was putting.
Okay. Why didn't you activate this request?
Yes.
Once you load it into the data store, you're supposed to activate the request, right?
Oh, okay, all right. I didn't do that. Yeah, but that's the reason maybe.
So in my case, I did it, and it's showing okay. Venkat's.
Could you activate and just see that the data is okay in that? Let's do.
Yeah, data will be okay. It just will be in the new data table till you activate it.
Because it was not showing that the currency CAD, USD, and Mexican is Mexican. Yeah, I didn't do this part. Now I got it. Okay.
If you look at there, it is.
The reporting column, that should be a table also.
Refresh. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I can try. Now it is green. Going to be green.
Nagesh?
yeah, no, it's okay.
CAD, 10,000. Quantity.
Given everything in Canadian dollars, is it?
And other thing is, I was putting like a quantity 10, 20, even in this price also, 10, 20, 30. Same way I was doing amount also, but everywhere it is just a 10,000.
You sure? Because your 5 I think has all 10s. So let's see. Usually you'll find it out at the PSA level. The PSA usually gives in exactly the same thing as in...
I made a mistake also in that. See the DSO.
Oh, but you can delete.
Yeah. No, it was not allowing me to delete. Something else.
So from the flat file you brought in these only. So this is absolutely what you've brought in.
10 price, 10 cost, 100.
Something wrong then in when loaded.
So here you're supposed to give in 10, 20 or anything. If you give in the same thing, all of them will have the same. When you're trying to do reporting, you will really not end up doing anything here.
Okay.
I think can you check mine? I think mine is okay. Looks okay. I could see.
You didn't activate this?
No, I just tried to create one. I just created only one. I was trying to create this one. I activated. This is a different one.
Okay. And you push this into the info cube, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions about what you've done so far? Is it just by the steps you went, or you looked at the architecture and understood that?
So far we are following the video.
We went through different tables. We were just following your steps and looking at the tables, looking at the data before activating, what is happening, and after activating, look at the tables. And by changing the data and then reload again, then looking at the change logs and those kind of things.
Okay. All right. Try to understand the architecture also. All right. So when you deal with data, you should always have a picture of you sitting inside the fact table, and you also have all dimension tables connected.
Yeah. But the concept is like
Nagesh, you have any questions? Go ahead, sorry.
The concept what you are trying to say is like, in an info cube, we can load as many as DSOs, right? So what is the use? What is the use of it? Like, they're trying to create a many DSOs, like many different types of data into one cube or something?
So in SAP, what happens is, I'll show you. Let's say I'm talking about sales data, okay?
Yeah.
The entire sales data is not there in, so you have here, if I go into the ECC system,
The way I understood is InfoCube is like a summarized data, and you are bringing the data from different regions. Like we were putting Canadian, USA, and Mexican.
We can do that in like InfoCube too, right? Like
in Nagesh.
No,
right?
From DSO to InfoCube.
In InfoCube also you can have a different regions and you can mine the data.
So here, okay, is there a way you can get another mic, because you're going through this for a few days? It'll always be better for you so that you can communicate if you have any issues or anything. All right. Anyways, so if you go to transaction VA01, okay, this is for sales order processing.
Yeah.
Okay. You could write with reference, or you could give any of the sales, let's say cash sale or something.
Quotation, okay. You have to give a quotation number.
So let's say you have one of this here as a copy.
Yeah, don't use CS, try to use OR. Because CS is not linked to the quotation.
Yeah, maybe.
OR, is it?
Yep.
Order processing, that is?
Yes, the standard sales order.
But it is taking now. What is happening? Okay, close.
Something like that.
Use VA02. Do you need to create or can you use the existing one?
Anything.
Then
I just want to take /n VA02 is for modifying it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So if you look at this, there's a sales order. Okay. What you have here is the header data, right? What you have here is sales item data. Then you have item overview, item detail, all that shipping information and all that, and a little more detail about the items that you brought and all this. If I go in here, the F1 will tell you from which table you're going to use that, right?
Yeah, VA0. Oh, sorry.
If there's a structure. So usually your header information will go into VBAK, VBUK stuff.
VBAP is
yeah. Then you will have the item tables as VBAP, VBUP. Yeah. So in the queue, your document number will probably be the primary key, right? Okay, so your entire sales order is here in the ECC system like this document number. You have your items and you have your item overview. And on top of this you have your header. Okay. Now these are processed in individual sets, like you're normalizing this as header data, item overview data, but they are all linked to the document number. Okay. So the header data has data from VBAK and VBUK. You have document number and you have some header status information and all that. Okay. The cube structure is much bigger than what you have in the DSO. It will probably have, let's say, some 20 columns. I'm just giving you an example. Okay, so it has some 20 columns. So you have document number, field 1 and field 2. Let's say this is what you're bringing in from the header data. When you're talking about, and this is mapped into the info cube where you have document number, field 1 and field 2. In the item data you would have document number, and you would have
Item number.
item,
Number.
yeah, item number here, and you would have price, and let's say quantity. Item overview, you have document, you have item number, and you have some other fields, let's say field 3 and field 4. You're loading this through a DSO. Let's say DSO 1. Here you have another DSO, DSO 2. And you're loading the header data using DSO 3. All the three are loading into the queue. And in the queue, it's going to come through like this. And when you summarize all of this, what happens is you will have document number, field 1, field 1, field 2, you have item number, price, quantity, field 3 and field 4. It's all coming under one complete row because you are summarizing the data. So based on the primary key, it's going to summarize all of this information. Okay, so your InfoCube structure will be much bigger than what you have on individual DSOs.
So is it because of the performance issue we are creating many?
The way how it is, the whole point of using this is if you're in the ECC, all of these tables are linked one with the other.
Yeah.
Whereas when you're trying to bring it into the BW system, they are denormalized, stored into individual smaller tables, and the extractors are designed to have specific data. There is not one extractor which says, bring all the sales data. Okay? It is broken down into sales header extractor, sales item extractor, sales item overview extractor, schedule line extractor, so different ways.
Oh, okay, okay.
So you load each of them as an individual DSO.
Got it.
And then you combine the whole thing into a cube. If you want, you can directly link all your data sources into the info cube itself. But in case you want detailed data reporting, then you want the DSOs as well.
Okay.
So you'll first go through the DSOs and then you'll go through the info cubes.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
And other thing is, Emmanuel, whatever in that active table from DSO, that's the data is going to InfoCube.
That's true.
And it is a summarize, summary of, whatever the 3 DSO.
No, I'm saying the cube is the summarized data. The
Yes.
Yeah, the cube is the summarized
Yes,
data.
so we have a both change data and summarized data. Sorry, change data and active data.
Right. This will have, the DSO will have the change data and the active data. The cube will have the summarized data.
Yes, so InfoCube will have only summarized data.
That is true. Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
Now, when you're trying to bring data from ECC into BW, now what happens is you must have observed that when you're trying to load data into the cube, it takes faster to load it into the cube than it is into the DSO because there is an extra process in the DSO called as activation. You have to bring it to the new data table, then you have to activate it, data goes into the change log and active data table. You're just loading 20 records, let's say you're loading 1,000,000 rows. Okay. For all of them, the SIDs have to be generated, and so it's going to take some time. Now what happens in real time is you will have the ECC system available after production hours. Okay, that is after, let's say 8 p.m. From 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. you will have the ECC production system available for you to load data into the BW environment, and during that time you have to load the entire data that was processed for the day into the BW environment. And so there will be a lot of dependency, there will be a lot of data that has to be pushed through and all that. and you will even within BW you're going to do lookups from one DSO to the other, and so you might be having dependent data in the DSOs as well. So what happens at that time is your time is very valuable because you have 4 hours before 12, you have 4 hours after 12, a total of 8 hours between which you can load the data. All your master data is usually loaded before the next day, meaning before 12 you load all the master data. After 12 you load all the transaction data. Okay, so here we have to make sure that the data that is loaded is not waiting for other things from ECC. So let's say I'm loading sales information here. I don't want to wait till I finish my sales master or sales header data, then sales item data, then sales item overview data. I don't want to wait that way. I want to just bring, I don't want to wait for the hierarchy. Let's say there is a hierarchy. I can't load the item data without loading the header data, and I can't load the item overview data without loading the item data. So if there is that dependency, I don't want to wait till the first thing is complete, and then once that is complete, the second, which is item data, and then the third one, which can be loaded only after I finish my second one. I don't want to have the dependency. I want to dump whatever is there from ECC. I want to dump it in my BW system, and within BW I can go ahead and slowly load data through it so that there is no dependency. Okay, once data is in BW, then I can arrange my data as I want, right? So whatever data is there in the ECC, I just need to go and dump. But if I'm dumping it into the DSO, it's going to take time, right? Because activation is a process, and then it's going to take time to load. So they came up with a new theory that they want to use another kind of DSO called as the write optimized DSO. DSOs have 3 types.
Yeah.
Okay. The first one is the standard DSO. The second one is a write optimized DSO. And the third one is direct update DSO. The write optimized DSO is a little different compared to the standard DSO. It doesn't have anything called as the change log table or new data table. All the data that it has, it goes into the active data table. You can have delta records only if you have the change log. Alright. If you do not have change log, then there is nothing that you would do with the delta records. Okay. So here in the write optimized DSO, there is nothing like a concept of changes that are handled, and there is not even the reporting section there, so there is not even necessity for SID generation. So there is no process of activation. So data can be dumped in very fast. If the standard DSO takes 10 minutes to load, the write optimized DSO will take 1 minute.
Wow.
Okay. So because there is no process of activation, the only thing that will take time in the DSO is activation. The write optimized DSO, there is no activation. So it is more like a dumping area. So you go into the modeling section. I'm going to use one of your information here, or let's say I want to use Venkat's info area. I'm going to right click here and say create a DSO. I'm going to call this as ZDSO underscore write optimized. I'm going to call this as write optimized DSO, and I click on create. It says it already exists, so let's say 1. So here if you see, by default it's going to create a standard DSO. When you click on the edit option here, you have the option to change it to a direct update DSO or a write optimized DSO. Let's say I select the write optimized DSO and say OK. So if you see here, it's going to change it to semantic keys and data fields. When you had standard, what did you have here?
It's a field.
No, key field.
Yeah, key field.
Right, now it has semantic key and data fields. Okay. And so let's say I want to add a few of my...
No, other thing is it unchecked that OK button also, right?
Yeah.
Right. So there's no process of activation. Good observation. So if I go into my SID generation during reporting, so there is, during activation is not even available.
Okay.
There is only one thing here which says during reporting or never create SIDs.
Yeah.
You will not use write optimized DSO for reporting purpose, so don't worry about it. And so you don't have that option which says automatically convert, so there's no activation process.
I didn't have a separate catalogs.
So you put everything? You created key figures also here?
Yeah. Then later on I realized, so I thought, but key figures are created as a key figures. There is no catalog separate for characteristic catalogs for separate for key figures, but you can still use those.
This is yours, right? I still didn't understand what you've done here.
No, but I created key figures also, right?
Just open my training BW on HANA info area.
Okay, let's say customer number. Okay, you created multiple catalogs.
Multiple catalogs. Just I realized later.
Okay.
So is there any way can I move into all one?
Try dragging it. No?
Okay. I didn't know how to do that. Try what is that?
It doesn't let me add this also.
Yeah, I tried. Maybe I
so you can delete this catalog and keep these technical names in here.
Okay.
So I've added to my customer number into the semantic key. I have material number also, right? In my data fields, I'm going to add Alright, I have price, quantity and amount, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to check if everything's fine and I'm going to activate this. I right click on the right optimized DSO and I say manage. Go into contents, and this is the only table that I have active data.
Okay.
There's no new data, there's no change log, there's no process of activation, nothing. Alright, it's just one load. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a data source. And what's the name of the data source you've given for?
Flat file. Oh, application. Yeah. Flat file.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Amount you have not.
We can map it to revenue, right? Oh, revenue. You need to copy the revenue.
Okay, let's say amount.
Just call
revenue.
I did that revenue equal to, yeah.
Okay. So if you don't have it and if you know that's the one, you can directly map it there.
Each line revenue.
So I'm activating this.
Revenue.
I have already data in my PSA. Okay, 4 rows of data already.
4. Okay.
Okay, so what I'll do is I want to bring all of this together, so I'll create a DTP, and on my DTP, instead of using delta, I'm going to use full. So if you see this, there's this option also allowed here, further processing without master data. So even sometimes when there is no master data, it will still let you process the data.
Okay.
Okay, and it will link the SIDs once the master data is loaded.
Oh, okay.
Where did it fail? It will say duplicate records. Alright, so that's duplicate data.
What exactly that means?
When you loaded this, you have, so this is much like a primary key. Semantic key is nothing but a primary key.
Okay.
So if you have customer and material combination as the same, if you bring in other values, it's already there, that combination, so it's not going to load.
Oh, it is looking at the previous data?
So if you look at it, here you have 4 requests, okay, in the data source. You brought in 4 different kinds. So in the first one, what you have seen is you have data coming in from here. Okay, this is your data.
Yeah, got it.
All right. In your second request,
Same.
it's the same data that you have brought in again.
Maybe a slight different.
You probably must have run the info package 4 times.
But normally, that's the wrong one. But normally we do the delta, right? In in the regular projects.
Right. You don't get to do a delta on flat files, but when you're bringing it from target tables, you will be able to set up the delta either on timestamp or stuff like that.
Okay.
So let's go and rerun the DTP.
So I have to do the same way, I mean, because I want to load the data again in my existing info cubes, BSO, so I have to delete first and then load it again.
Create a new flat file.
Create a new flat file, yeah. So
Yeah.
I have to delete the existing one first.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, how I can fix that.
Just delete it. Is this yours? It's already deleted. Quit.
So it's not reading, run that.
Okay.
Gone?
So what I'll do is I'll go into the data source, manage, delete 1, 2, 3 requests.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It directly goes into the ready for reporting option,
Okay.
contents, active data.
That's too much.
Alright.
That's okay, buddy. What we can. Okay, I can.
So from the right optimize, usually the landscape is designed such a way that you have the right optimized as the first layer, then you have the standard DSOs, and then you have your info cubes, and on top of info cubes you have multi-providers and info sets.
Can you come again? Can you come again?
The landscape, how this is defined in BW is you first have write optimized. On top of the write optimized you have the standard DSOs. On top of the standard DSOs you have info cubes. On top of the info cubes you have other objects like multi-providers and info sets.
Okay.
Okay, so that's how the hierarchy is. So what I'd want you guys to do is create write optimized DSOs and then load it into standard, and from standard to the info cube. A similar example that we've looked at previous session. Now I told you that there is another.
We started from top. I think actual thing is we need to start from the bottom.
You need to start from write optimized level.
Okay.
Okay.
But tell us in the scenario, business scenario, why we want this. This is the way hierarchy. Because
like I told you, the standard DSO is going to take time to activate. This is an introduction that happened from 7.0 onwards. Okay. Previous to this, there was something called as ODS, Operational Data Store, which is nothing but the standard DSO. But the observation was that the standard DSO was taking a longer time to load data, and because of which there is a lot of waiting that is held up in the ECC front. Okay. And for that, since they didn't want to have any dependency, they want this process to be loaded into BW extremely fast, where there is no activation and all that. Once data is in the write optimized DSO, even though the connection to the ECC system is cut off, data can be uploaded from the write optimized DSO to the standard DSO and standard DSO to the info queue. So that dependency will not be there on ECC because your data is already dumped into the write optimized DSO, because these are very fast to load data. You getting my point?
Yeah. So can we load write optimized DSOs directly into info cubes?
You could.
Okay.
But the whole point of using a standard DSO is because you are able to do detailed reporting.
Okay.
And InfoCube is summarized reporting.
Summarized, yeah.
So if you want to do, if somebody asks you for detailed reporting on the data that you're loading, you won't have a info provider for you to handle the detailed reporting because you don't have a standard DSO. You can't report on a write optimized DSO.
But
okay.
I am confusing here. You said write optimized. There is no change log, right? If we are loading data directly to write optimized data store from ECC, so we don't have a change log, right? It means it is just a last stage of the data, active, whatever the active state. That is directly going into your standard DSO, right? So then where is that change log will come into the picture? In
the standard DSO. So let's say here you have a certain set of data. Okay, so
report active data will show.
Here in the Venkat data store object, this is a standard DSO, and he has a certain amount of data here, and this is there in the active data. Okay.
Yep.
Now I want to go ahead and make this change. Instead of this, I want to load data from the write optimized DSO. Okay, and in my write optimized DSO, let's say this is my write optimized DSO. I have loaded some data, which is exactly like how data is there on my flat file. I'm creating another transformation. Write optimized DSO, and I say and here let's say I can give a standard revenue. I want this to be updated into my target. Instead of doing a direct assignment, I'm saying I want to give a constant number. So let's say constant value of 10,000. Okay. I might write a rule. Okay, that I'm going to give a discount of so much, and so that's my amount. I want to activate this. And then when I load my DTP, ZDSO underscore write optimized to ZDSO underscore Venkat. This transformation is inactive. So when I execute this, so you're saying there is no change log, right? So I want to do the change log in my standard DSO. So here I have data in my, the same data that is come into the new data table. Here data is there in my new data table. Okay, and I have some 20 rows. You want to see? This is my data that I have here. Okay. Now I want to update this data into my standard DSO. So I go in here, select this request, and say activate.
So you will use info package to load the data from ECC to write optimized DSO.
And I'm going to use the DTP to load from the write optimized to the standard DSO. So if I look at my content right now, there's nothing in the change log. My active data table, I have this loaded, and in my change log, you will find all of these as new records, but now all of them have mirror images because I have sent in 10,000 for all of them.
Right.
My changelog still captures.
Mm.
Alright. My write optimized DSO, what I'll do is tomorrow, instead of loading that request, I'll delete the existing request and load new request.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I can go ahead and drop the data that is there in my write optimized DSO. I'll load new request in here, tomorrow's data. So based on that, the changelog will be created in my standard DSO.
Okay.
Okay.
And we introduce write optimize because of that manually we have to activate that standard DSO. That's the reason we just introduced this new.
Loads quickly.
Repeat that again, I'm sorry.
So the purpose of this write optimized DSO, what I understood by looking your main scenario, just to overcome that the issue with the standard DSO is manually we are activating.
Yeah, that's true. So you don't have to activate, there is no process of SID generation and all that.
The bottom line is like loads quickly, right?
Exactly.
Fix that standard DSO also.
Alright. Then there is, you have apart from the write optimize, you have also the other kind of DSO called as direct update DSO.
Mm-hmm.
So here, let's say we have the data from the standard DSO. That you have the create data store object, ZDSO underscore direct update. The direct update DSO is a little different compared to the write optimize and the standard DSO because you don't get to create any transformations here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use customer number, material number, price, and let's say quantity. Okay. And let's say we add one more. Let's say we have quantity. Okay. And trying to create the data source with this. I activate this part. Alright, so here you have customer number, material number, currency. So I'm going to take in my technical names and I'm going to update it in my fields here. Okay, so here I have my data, customer number, material number, Z price, currency, quantity and unit. Okay, I'm going to save this and I'm going to close this. Now that I've created my write optimize or standard or direct update DSO, usually what you do, you create a data source and then you create transformations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here if you right click, you don't even have the option for the, okay, so I've given the name as direct update but we haven't changed the thing here. Sorry. Yeah. So this is going to be a direct update DSO. I'm going to click on activate. Now if I right click on the direct update DSO, I don't even have the option for creating transformation.
Yeah.
Okay. So the direct update DSO is not for something where I'm trying to do transformation, but instead if I'm going to bring in data in the form of flat files or if I'm loading it from Bex queries or something, when I'm trying to bring in data from BPC or something into BW, when data comes in the form of flat files, then I can go ahead and use it in a process called as the APDs. Alright, here you have a snake-like thing, right? This is called Analysis Process Designer. Okay, so in this scenarios you could use write optimize or direct update DSOs only. So I'm going to show you that process. I click on the analysis process designer, let's say general. I want to create not an application folder, create APD underscore, or let's call it as okay. I'm going to bring data from a source, which is read from a file. So where am I reading from is from the client workstation. I have option to read from the application server. The file format is CSV separated file. The file is there on my desktop, and this is the standard DSO file. The file properties are that my separator is a comma separator and my field type is semicolon. I say continue. I'm going to load it into a data target here, and if you look at the data target, data store objects that I can see here, I can only see direct update DSOs. All of them are direct update DSO. And what we have created is ZDSO underscore DU. Yeah. And I'm trying to create the link between the both of them. And here is your transformation.
Good.
So if I click on it, I say allow.
All graphical.
Yeah, and if you see here, the assignment is based on the same field name. You should have exactly the same field name on your Excel sheet. If not, you will not be able to connect. That's why I copied the field names from the DSO into the Excel sheet. Okay, and then I can click on continue. There is not a lot of transformation you can do if you click on it. All that you could do is give a constant value or initial value.
No
It
problem.
is basically to load it from the files directly into the system and automate this. Okay. You can check for any inconsistencies and say activate. The name is ZAPD underscore direct update DSO. So I'm saying continue. Use a different name. Say allow. So now I'm going to execute this to move data from my file system to the direct update DSO. I'm going to click on execute. Now if I open the direct update DSO, I can click on display data. I can say execute. All of this data is available. Okay. Did I run info package? Did I run DTP?
No.
Did I create transformation? Everything is handled within the APD itself.
So what is the advantage of this?
So this is for a special purpose when you're bringing in data from systems like BPC or other systems. This is also an automation to read data directly from the files. Okay, if you're bringing it from other systems like BPC, BPS and all that. So in those scenarios you can use the file systems to bring when you're handling planning. So your planning loads are usually done on Excel sheets or CSV files and you can upload them immediately. Okay?
Yeah.
So these are the three types of DSOs that you have. Okay, so we've seen the different kinds of DSOs, we've seen the info cubes, we've seen how to move data from one level to the other. what I would want to do in tomorrow's session is how do we combine info cubes and DSOs and info objects together. Alright?
Okay.
How can we bring them together? Let's say you have a sales info cube and you have a finance DSO. How do you link them together?
Oh, okay, got it.
So when you want to look at cross application reports, that's when you want to go ahead and do such kind of things. Alright?
Yes. Yeah, especially where we are working, like the CRM, it's always a cross applications. It has a lot of dependency on the ECC, APO, and other areas. So we need to bring the data from all over the.
What was that? Optimize.
Right, optimize, standard, and direct.
So right optimize we are going to use only if we are bringing the data from ECC, from other BW system. But this direct is...
Always remember, if you have to go through detailed reporting, you will have to go through the standard DSO. Right?
Yep.
The standard DSO takes time for the activation process to generate the SIDs. If there is a dependent system, it will always waste time for you.
Right.
That is when you want to use the right optimized DSO.
So normally, like nowadays, I think what I understand from you is they will first data download into optimized, then they will go to standard DSOs and then info.
Right, right. And I'm just taking a look at the data for Nagesh, I told you that you need to give all the data in capital letters. You've given it in lowercase, so the system is not able to take that data. If you are going to give it in lowercase, make sure that when you go into the actual object, you will go and change this here. If you go into the key fields, which is customer ID, make sure you make that change here. So here you have lowercase letters, so you can go and change that in there. Info objects. Customer ID. Make that change, select lowercase. Same thing with material.
So in this case, Nagesh has to delete first the existing data and load it again.
See, it is when I'm activating is when I'm having the issue. So I go into the manage section. Now that I've changed the features of my info objects because it is not able to create the SIDs because of lowercase. Now I'm going to activate this again. Select this and say start. You can see this.
Yeah.
I don't have to delete. Sometimes it will take that entire because of the change that we have made on the object.
Okay.
testing.
Okay, so tomorrow let's look at
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys.
All
So
right.
I'll see you around in tomorrow's session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Bye.